Vigo County Budget Committee is now in session. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Your Honor. Would you like to join us? Welcome to Judge Johnson.
Good morning. First off, I thought I would start with the overall court budget requests for next year. There are a few changes, and I'll review those to begin with. The first change is we are requesting an increase of $10,000 to the per diem petite jury fund. The reason is that there currently is only $1,769.52 left for this year. I'm currently in a jury trial that'll reduce that fund. I have another jury trial next week that'll continue to reduce that fund. And I believe Division 3 has another jury trial next week as well that'll reduce that fund. So I don't expect us to have any remaining funds in that account for the rest of this year. We are able to draw from the jury pay fund once that fund is reduced down to zero. However, I believe under statute we do have to request for funds in that fund first before we're allowed to draw from the jury pay fund. So with the increase in jury trials that have come this year as well as last year, and want to make sure that we continue to have enough money in that fund as well as the jury pay fund, so we don't reduce that as well completely down. I'm just requesting the additional $10,000 to hopefully put us in a better situation before we have to draw from the jury pay fund for next year. Travel expenses, we are requesting an additional $5,000 in that. This year we've used almost 85% of the fund. All the judges still have mandatory conference to attend in September, so that fund will be likely used up by then as well. I'm not sure we'll have enough currently in that fund as well to pay for all the travel expenses for. So we just want to make sure in the next year we do have enough money in that fund to make sure to cover all travel expenses for the mandatory conferences as well as the spring judicial conference as well. Mileage, we're requesting an increase of $8,600. There's two reasons for that. One is just higher gas prices, and secondly, we are going to hopefully include the RISE case managers in that mileage. Last year, the RISE case managers were paid out of the opioid fund for their mileage, so this year we're just making that request in the court's general budget, so they'll be able to draw on their mileage out of our budget and no longer be an expense as far as the opioid fund. Physician fees, we are requesting a slight increase of $2,000 on that. We're roughly just over the 50% mark for physician fees. Those are the fees that we pay for the individuals we appoint to can deal with competency evaluations of SARS, insanity defenses, other such things along those lines. I just asked for a slight increase just to make sure we have enough funds next year. We're okay right now, but I just think the additional funds to make sure that we won't have a problem paying those individuals so we can get those processes completed and continue to move on those criminal cases as well as EDs and those sort of things as necessary. Service agreement, requesting an additional amount of $3,000 in that. That money is used to pay for the copier services. We did add a copy machine in the magistrate's office this year, and so there's been some additional expense as far as that. There have been a few slight overruns with courts. We are working on trying to cut down on paper usage, but just with the additional use at the magistrate, we do think that the costs will be a little higher, so that $3,000 though should be able to cover us for the full year to make sure that we can meet our contractual obligations as far as the copier agreement. Supplement to work release, we are requesting an additional $5,000. Last year we ran out of money at the end of the year. We had to limit the amount of indigent individuals that were able to be placed there from the jail. So the next year, I'm asking for a slight increase to make sure we have enough money to continue that moving forward. That helps with jail overcrowding. If individuals aren't able to pay for a work release or in detention, the court does front that money for them for a period of time. That gets them out of the jail over to work release, and hopefully they're able to find employment. I believe it's a 30-day requirement generally as far as the necessity of them start paying fees. I do believe there is some leeway, and community corrections can extend that up for a period of time. Eventually, however, if they are indigent and refuse to pay those fees, then there'll be a violation filed, and unfortunately they'll go back to the Vigo County Jail. But the idea is to hopefully get them over there, get them working if it's found appropriate from the court to make that transition.
Your Honor, do you have success in getting them working?
I believe so. Bill is here. He was here, but generally they do have a good success of working. They stay on top of them. A lot of times, unfortunately, they have to walk if they're on work release, just that close area. And there was employment at that Hardee's, but that closed down, so that has caused a little bit of a hiccup. But generally, they're over there, they're paying the fees, and they're collecting on those. So they do get to that point. If the fees become an issue, generally there are other issues that they're continuing to use, or they maybe committed a new offense or something along those lines. It's generally not just a fee issue, because if they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, they usually have employment and they're working and paying those fees. So,
Do you know if, the transportation thing seems to come up with these folks. That's something we need to figure out how to address. If you guys come up with any thoughts, I mean, in a community such as ours, you know, we have bus service and it's free, but it's complicated. I don't know, I keep trying to figure that out and I'm hitting a brick wall.
Doesn't Thrive offer some transportation stuff, if I'm not mistaken?
I don't know that they,
Thrive will offer some. I think they've got a narrow field that they're willing to service, but I know they do offer some service as far as that. The Rice case managers for the courts also help with transportation. That's not necessarily a day-to-day getting you to work thing, but they do help getting some appointments, such as, you know, if you're trying to need to take you to the B&B and you can't or something, try and get those.
this might be something that, you know, the advisory board for community corrections could deal with. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please
that's
proceed.
Thank you. So as far as those, then the additional request then is $3,600. As far as the staff side, we are requesting to move the 3 positions that were funded through the opioid fund into our general budget for this year. That would be the 2 RISE case managers as well as the mental health treatment court case manager. That would just be the salary, benefits, insurance, as well as a phone stipend for the mental health case manager as well. We did have a meeting with the mayor as well as the county commissioners concerning getting some opioid payback on that. The mayor did volunteer $100,000 a year for the next 3 years to help cover that cost. We were hoping that the county commissioners would be agreeable as well as to front the remaining balance, which would be in essence $174,493.97 for that period of time. We don't have a commitment from them. They had expressed some concern just making sure there was enough money in the opioid settlement fund to pay for that. So we're going to continue to work with them as far as that, but at this time we are requesting that those be placed on our budget, but then hopefully we have an agreement then with the commissioners as well as the city then to cover that cost so that the county budget be reimbursed from the opioid fund to pay for those
Did the
positions.
commissioners show any signs of life when you were asking for that money from them?
They seemed interested in it. They did express some concerns that you know, there's programs and they want to make sure that everything they want to cover is covered. But other than that, I mean, I think there would be positivity as far as the mental health treatment court program and then the RISE program. Local law enforcement was there, and they did express how they felt that RISE program was definitely one of the good programs that have been helping the community. And so I can't guarantee one way or the other on that. I don't want to speak for them on that, but our hope is that we'll be able to reach an agreement as far as that. And then additionally, Judge Reddy is here. She is making a request as far as $2,500 for the family court project as well. I'm not sure if she wants to say anything as far as that or just
Good morning. Don't worry, I'm not going to explain the whole project. I just wanted to
Thank
point
you.
out, I think you know it. I just wanted to point out that last year it came out of the opioid funds and we put it back into the budget. So I just want to make sure that you knew that that's where we put it. So I'll
Okay.
talk about it more later.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
all other requests are what we requested last year. But I'm happy to ask any other questions, answer any other questions about the request.
Sounds pretty okay. We might have to have a bake sale to pay for some of it, but we'll do our best. You guys have questions?
Not at the moment.
Well, thank you. I've got the next time period too, if you don't mind me going a little early.
Sure.
So the next court request is concerning drug court, veterans court, as well as mental health treatment court. I'll start first with the drug court request. That's Fund 2511. This year, we are requesting a few different things. I'll start with the decrease. Drug court, veterans court, as well as mental health treatment court, VA, as well, and the RISE case managers have all been moved over here to this building. So we don't have any requests as far as gas, oil, rents, or anything like that. And we do appreciate everything that the council as well as the commissioners have done to
You're setting
get
us
that
up
taken
for a
care of.
shock. Okay, we're ready to go.
So that's the decrease in $41,000 that we requested last year to pay for that. Since there is a request, we do have a couple increases we were hoping that may be granted. Drug testing is one. Last year, we did request $1,000 to cover drug testing fees for participants in the drug court program. This year, we're requesting $7,500. So hopefully, we'll be in a better position next year as far as just to make sure we've got enough money to pay for those to keep them in the program. On drug court and veterans court, at least, there is a requirement that the participants drug screen twice a week. So we make sure to monitor their sobriety throughout the program. They are required to pay that, but we do front the fee and then collect from them later as they move through the program, so that's why we pay for those up front. Travel expenses, we are requesting a additional request of $7,000 total. That covers travel expenses, mileage, and training. Next year, there is the RISE conference, which we do try and have our case managers and coordinators, as well as any other staff, go to. It's the national conference that covers the RISE program, which is the best practice standard which the drug court, veterans court, and mental health treatment court are all based on. And those are just a chance that we can make sure we're all practicing the best standards of those programs, make sure we're up to date on everything we can be on, and as well as it's a chance to see if there's new techniques or things that may help us keep the participants progressing in those programs. It will be in Maryland next year, so there will be flights and expenses. Also, just the additional rising costs generally. The coordinator as well as the case managers do also travel some, so that's where the mileage request increased. Equipment, this year we are requesting $1,000. That's an increase of $1,000 from last year. We are trying to find laptops for the court case managers as far as drug court. Just they've got something mobile to be able to go around when they're meeting participants. Generally they try and meet at the office, but sometimes they meet out in the community, so that way they'd have that ability to meet with them with all their notes from the past, as well as be able to bring that to court if something comes up, so we can discuss those as well. Incentives, we are requesting $500, which is to be increased of $500 from last year. The incentives go to buying things for the participants. So generally, there's incentives and sanctions. With the incentives, if they're doing well, we can give gift cards. We don't do it on every time, but on special occasions, as well as on graduation, we generally do a bigger gift card just to reward the participants for their good work and hopefully encourage them to move forward on those. So we would request just $500 to help pay for those. In Veterans Court, we are requesting an increase of $1,000 for office supplies. We had none last year. That would just help us. We ran out of printer ink this year, and so we just want the $1,000 so we can make sure if we runs that again next year, we'd be able to cover that. There is no request for transportation in the drug court budget, or the Veterans Court budget, which would be a decrease of $1,000. We are requesting an increase of $3,000 education and training. Again, that's to cover the RISE conference, as well as in Veterans Court, we've been working on revamping the mentor program. The mentor program is each participant, as far as Veterans Court, is met up with an individual that has a similar life circumstance with them. It's a chance for them to talk with them and communicate sort of an outside of the official court proceedings. So it's like just an extra support in the community that they may feel more comfortable with opening up or being there, and the mentors will hopefully come with them to court engage with them outside in the community and do those sort of things. So we're working on revamping that. My coordinator as well as case managers that have been able to visit other veterans courts around the state to address those and look into those and pick up new ideas to address that. Participant services, we are requesting an increase of $1,500 for that as well. In Veterans Court, generally, services are paid to the VA, assuming the participant is VA eligible. We do have participants that are appropriate for Veterans Treatment Court but aren't VA eligible, so there are some times where they may not have the funds, but we need to get them into a sober living facility or some sort of treatment that they might not have coverage for. So we use those funds to help get them started out, maybe pay the first month's rent, initiation fee, those sort of things for that participant so they can get into treatment, and hopefully we can sort out getting them other ways of paying for that moving forward. The increase as well on equipment, that's $1,000. Now again, that's just for the laptop requests to make sure to cover those, and then $1,000 for incentives, which is the same rationale as far as the incentives. As far as drug court and veterans court, the total request between the two programs is a decrease of $20,000 from last year. So we have increased in a few lines, but overall between those two programs, it is a decrease in requests for $20,000.
Let me ask you this, on your laptops, like where do you guys get that stuff and how do you acquire it?
Joe Labrie is our IT technician. He handles all the support for, so he'll find what he believes is appropriate for the necessary needs and orders those through his. And then on mental health treatment court, we are making a request, with new requests this year, that would be the amount of $4,950. That's to cover mileage in the amount of $3,500, phone stipend for the coordinator, Ms. McBride, and well as other supplies, which is $250, which is off supplies, those sort of things. That money currently was being paid out of the opioid fund this year, but we were, mental health treatment court is just making a specific request for the funds this year. Happy to. So the phone stipend for the coordinator would be $1,200, and then that request for phone stipend is for Adonis, who is the mental health treatment court case manager, which would also be $1,200. So there is separate requests in the salary for him, but in the coordinator, but they're just the same amount, but for both of them, just two different sources. In the court's budget for Adonis, it was $1,200. And then in the phone as well, in the court budget, Virgil Mackey as well as Joe Labrie also received phone stipends, and that's $1,200 as well on those, or each individual.
How's the new building working out for the drug court?
Wonderful.
It's nice, isn't it?
It's so great. It's
Good acquisition, I'd say.
wonderful.
Yeah.
We appreciate it very much.
We only just pay for it. We don't get to use it, but it sure is
You
handy.
can visit anytime. We
Thank
always
you.
get decorated beautifully for the Fourth of July and every other holiday.
Good deal. Good deal. It was a good acquisition. You guys got some questions? You have anything, Stevie?
I'm good.
Nancy? You did good.
I appreciate it. Thank you all so much for letting me present.
You might consider if you drop out of law, you might go into showbiz.
Oh, dear. We'll see about that. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
You're ready for it. Thank you.
Budget Committee's in a brief pause waiting for our next assemblage. Vigo County Budget Committee is back in session, and we are ready for the clerk's office.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to the Budget Committee again.
Well,
Time
thank
rolls
you.
around in a hurry,
It
doesn't
does, in a real hurry, yes, ma'am, it does.
it? What you got for us?
Well, first thing, we did bring a few notes that were not included with the packet, I think.
They are now.
They are now, but the very first thing I want to let y'all know is I'm retiring, so I will be.
No!
What?
I will be
We heard
retiring
rumors to
December
that effect.
1st. Did you hear rumors?
We did.
Well, I am retiring December 1st. It'll be my last day. I've been with the county almost 25 years, so I feel like it's time. And when I turned 66 in April,
No!
Yes, and the light bulb came on, and I was like, okay, it's time. I've worked for 50 years. I'm done.
Oh, my.
Yep. So I didn't take hardly any time off to raise my kids, but now I want to have time with my grandkids and everybody else, and it's time for my husband and I to spread our wings and fly and do whatever we want. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much. It
What's
was
the, yeah.
It was a really hard decision to make. I'm excited, but yet I'm afraid to, because I don't know anything but work, so.
Well, thank you for your
You'll-
service to the
You'll pick it up
community.
in a hurry.
Thank you so much, Steve. I appreciate that.
What was the, can we ask, what was the significance of December 1st of all dates?
Well, it's kind of ironic because December 6th, actually, I'll be in the clerk's office again for 10 years. So, and December 1st, she will be in the clerk's office for 10 years. So if I get out and she gets in, it's gonna be right. It's just how it turned out. And plus I wanted to get through the election and get through all of that. I don't want to leave any thing left undone or untied. You know, I want to make sure everything's good, and plus I don't want to be here in the wintertime. I don't want to have to get out and drive through the bad weather. and-
That's so hard to imagine.
And so, yeah, it's just, and I'm plenty old enough to retire.
Barely,
so-
just barely.
Just barely. But yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to it. Looking forward to possibly even being a snowbird or whatever you call it. And my husband and I have been talking about that. We've got all kinds of things. So, and plus I don't want to work until I die. You know, a lot of people work until they die.
Good plan.
And I just don't want to do that. So anyway, so we are here to present our budget for 2027, which is really going to be hopefully Ebeth's budget. She's done this a couple of times, but I wanted to make sure that she knew the process and how this all works. And she's been a very great asset to our office, and what she does there is, you guys have heard her talk, she's very capable and has a good head on her shoulders. She knows what needs to be done and how to do it. So I think I will be leaving the clerk's office in good hands, provided she gets caucused in. I think there's only a couple of changes. Ebeth, I think you pretty much know more about this, since there were a couple of things that we changed. You want to go ahead and,
Sure.
and let them know?
So the first thing that has had quite a change on it is the office supply budget. We did ask for about $3,000 more than we did last year, and that is because we will need to get all new letterhead, envelopes, stamps, all those kind of things for the new clerk. Contractual services we did bring down. As I stated here, we used to pay our 4D consultant out of that. We no longer do that. That comes directly out of our 4D funding. So that is some savings there, so we did lower that one. We are asking for an increase in the official meetings from 3,000 to 5,000, and that's just, you know, everything is getting more expensive. Service agreements, we did take down a little bit. Based on the current agreements that we have and our anticipated needs, we were able to lower that one from about 3,000 to 2,500. Equipment new, we did reduce that one from 10,000 to 5,000. We don't have anything for next year that we know for sure needs to be replaced. However, the more we go electronic versus paper, we are finding that our needs, we have more equipment needs necessarily than, I mean, our office supply budget over the years has come way, way, way down, but now our equipment, you know, does get old. So it's nice to have that on hand just in case somebody's scanner goes out or a monitor or any of those things that we need. And IT is great to help us with those, but sometimes they have it in the budget and sometimes they don't. So I feel like 5,000 is a good spot for us to be able to make any of those replacements that may become necessary. Computer software, we do want to just have a little bit there. If, you know, somebody, a lot of software things we use, Adobe is really important in our office, so that's also, you know, just kind of a buffer to make sure we've got everything we need there. One of our bigger requests, which normally I know that we're here just for the 2s, 3s, and 4s, but we thought that it was an appropriate time to ask for this, to do it during budget time rather than to come at some other time to the council. We are asking that one of our employees be reclassified from a level 10 to a level 11. That is our bookkeeping supervisor. She currently is already, she's a signer on our bank accounts, which, you know, one of them is $1 million account. She's on our CD. She holds a lot of financial responsibility. And then also looking forward, one of the things that we have talked a lot about is that when we leave office, we don't want to leave whoever follows in our shoes in the same kind of a situation that we walked into, where if you have not been in the clerk's office, you don't know what anybody does, and there is not an instruction manual. We want to change that. So Nasha is fantastic with notes. She has in her department created interactive notes that tells exactly everything that office does. It took her over a year to build it. You click here and the forms will pop up right from the notes. They're amazing. So what we would like is for her as the bookkeeper to not only maintain our financial records, but also maintain the records of how the office needs to operate. So we are going to have her go into every position that we have, talk to every employee that we have, and create these notes for every single area. That way nobody will ever have to come along and wonder what their job is, because they will have detailed instructions left behind. Plus it's great for training. It's great to, you know, make sure everybody's doing everything the same way. So I feel like that is a lot, but I feel like asking her to do all of that without anything. So I'm asking that you guys would consider her to go from a level 10 to a level 11 to do those things. And then, you know, we're always looking for opportunities and ways that we can try to stay within our budget, work within our budget. You don't see us here all the time asking for more money. We do try to live within our budget, and we will continue to do that going forward. Any questions on the clerk one while we're talking about that one?
I want to say I really appreciate your defining responsibilities of all the employees in the office. I think it'd be a good idea if every office would undertake that, because when there's a change at the top and the staff changes,
It's hard.
it's a fire drill.
Yeah.
It really is, and it's really hard to come in when you don't know exactly. I was more fortunate where I had already been in the clerk's office prior, and then through the prosecutor's office and all of that. So I kind of already knew what it was. Plus I had a great mentor, Joyce Rayleigh. You know, she worked for the county for 30 plus years, and she was phenomenal about everything that happened in the clerk's office. And so we're, like Elizabeth said, we're just trying to make it better for the next people that come behind us.
Well, I think, you know, certainly the auditor's office, if
Yes.
Judy hadn't been there, I mean, they'd
Sure.
have been committing sukiyaki.
Sure.
I mean, it's really
Absolutely.
difficult to just
It
step
truly,
in there,
truly
and
is.
government is different, and, you know, county government's different, state and so forth, and it's a hard job under
Yes.
the best of circumstances.
Sure.
So I think it's a brilliant idea,
Thank
really.
you.
What else? You got anything, Nancy? Stephen?
I'm good.
Judy, you got anything? Devin?
All right, let's look at the election board one. This one, office supplies, we're just kind of flip-flopping the numbers from last year. We have found that this year we had to take some of our computer supplies and flop it over to office supplies, so just kind of balancing those back out. So we are asking for $25,000 in the office supply budget, and then we are asking for $15,000 for the computer supplies. We will also, for the elections in '27, we will need to purchase new ballot paper because the clerk's signature is on the back of the ballot paper as well. So that's also included in this cost, and I just now thought about it, and it's not on the paper, and I apologize. Food, we are asking for an increase in our food budget. The way that we handle food is every poll worker, everybody that works at a vote center gets $30 to work on election day for food. And then we provide meals for anybody that's working at the courthouse that day. And we have just found this year it's really, really tight. So I am asking for a little bit of an increase there just because everything's costing more. We did reduce our licensing amount that we are asking for based on the quotes that we got from our vendors. We don't need $47,000, we can get it down with $45,000, so we're asking for $45,000 for our licensing. Contractual services, we have asked for an increase here to $13,000, and this is what we use to, you know, put internet at all of our vote centers. We also use this for our copier machines for Gordon Flesh is who we currently use. And everything's just getting more expensive. So we're just asking that to go to $13,000. Same thing with printing. Unfortunately, we are still having to use the envelopes during all of early voting. We were hoping that legislation would pass where we could not have to use those. But that gets costly when we have to purchase the envelopes, which are a weird size, and have them printed. So we are asking for a little bit of an increase in our printing budget to $10,000. Equipment new, we are asking for $10,000 in that one. That one, again, is, especially with the election stuff, when we have election equipment that goes down and needs to be fixed, we don't have time to come back and ask at that time. So that would be something, if we don't use it, we would absolutely give it back at the end of the year. I know that's not the best way to look at it, but we will only use that if we have to. But it is nice to have that there. That way we can act quickly if something were to break. Election services, we did take that down from $263,000 to $250,000. Again, that is based on the quotes that we received from our vendors. But that is coming down to $250,000. And also, the election board, we are committed to making sure that we do elections in the best and most cost-effective manner that we can.
I got a couple questions.
Okay.
This is less about your budget, more about educating me.
Okay.
What exactly are election services?
So that is, we have a few vendors that we pay. One of them is RBM. RBM is the vendor that is responsible for doing all of the coding of the ballot, all of the really high-techy stuff that we don't do in our office for obvious reasons, and also because of liability reasons. It's nice to have a company that is licensed in this, knows what they're doing. They maintain all the certifications and all of those things. So that is that one. And then the other one that we use is No Ink, and they are our poll pad vendor. So all of the poll pads that you use where everybody checks in, it just comes from a different company, so there's a different bill for those.
So they come in, set up and then they take their equipment back?
No, it's our equipment.
We own it.
The county owns the equipment.
But we have to pay them a service each year to
Yes.
use it.
Yes.
It's purchased.
It's purchased.
Purchased, but we still have to pay them to
Yes,
use it.
we have to pay
And
for
we
the
pay-
licensing and all of that.
Okay.
Yeah, No Ink is just licensing.
Yeah.
If you look at their quote,
Yeah.
there, it's like 11,500 and it's all licensing. RBM, on the other hand, they're not just providing licensing, they also are providing us a service. I don't know if any of you know Ryan, who works in he's the one that helps us with our elections. He spends a lot of time in our office preparing the ballot, preparing the equipment, teaching us all how, the equipment works better.
He's with us on election day, and he does the tabulation and all of that, so.
And then, I'm still somewhat new to the council. And both years that I've been here, the following year, there's been an election. Just out of curiosity, in '27, when we're looking at there'll be election. I guess on a year when there's not an election the following year,
We still have to pay that.
not just that, but I'm saying, does most of these expenses, do most of them go away, or are there still things that need to be done?
We still have to make sure that we have a budget for election, just in case there's a special election.
Gotcha.
Or
Okay.
something else comes up. Most of the time, we don't use it. We may use just little bits and pieces of it for different things. But for the most part, on a non-election year, we haven't had to use it unless there's a special election.
Yeah, thank you.
And that'll be 2029.
Yeah.
Any other questions on the election side? Oh, yes, yes. I did not have a line for this. I don't know if this is something that's even possible to be done. We love that our clerks wear the same shirts. We have T-shirts that have our clerk symbol on them. Leanna has purchased them for years out of her own pocket. They're important because it identifies our office. We put as many of our people out in the vote centers as we can as poll workers, as techs, and we feel like it's important that the community know, that the poll workers know when somebody sees that shirt, they know they're with our office. Same thing with being in the courthouse. So rather than us purchasing those, I didn't know if there was a way that we could get some money to make sure that we keep shirts purchased for her.
Is she not willing to still buy them after she retires out of her pocket?
I've been doing this for 10 years. For
She's
10
bought a lot of
years.
shirts.
I have bought a lot of shirts, and everybody does enjoy wearing them. We wear them to conference, we wear them different places. In fact, the first year that we got them, we went to conference, and everybody at conference wanted to know where we got our shirts, because everybody, and one year I bought sweaters because it's so cold sometimes, and so half of this, now I did ask the staff to pay for their sweaters because they were quite a bit more than the t-shirts, or the polos, but they really enjoyed that too, and it's surprising how many of the staff wear them on a daily. So, and it does just identify them, and I think it makes them proud of the office that they work for too. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for doing that for all those years.
How
Well, you're
many
welcome.
are you talking about, by the way?
How many shirts? Oh, gosh, I probably bought,
Not over your lifetime.
just this year I bought new ones, and I bought lighter weight ones, because we had polos before, because that's what Brad wanted.
Yep.
But he didn't pay for them, I did.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I can vouch for that.
Yeah, anyway, that's beside the point. But, we have 34, 35 people, so I try to buy at least 2 for each person. That way, because they don't last forever,
Mhm.
but I only want to have to buy them once. So I buy between, 70 and 80 at
Wow.
a time.
That's a lot of shirts.
I think this year I paid, it was close to $900.
Wow.
for shirts.
Thank you for doing that.
Oh, you're welcome.
When you're done, we're gonna ask Brian when he gets up if he does that for his staff.
Yeah, he's got, what, 7 guys? Big deal.
It truly has been my pleasure.
All right. Anything else for the election? Okay. The other two are a little bit easier. Our records budget and our 4D budget, I have a couple of questions for you guys actually while we're here as well. Let's start with the records budget.
Perpetuation.
Perpetuation, yeah. When you're up here, all of these things start to look alike.
119.
Yeah, here we go.
119.
All right, so we kept all of these numbers the same. This is really just funding for things that we may need. The copy machine is super important for records. Sometimes there are things that are, record specific that we can order, so we asked for a little bit of money in office supplies, repair equipment. Mileage is a big one for records, because we do have our records deputy that does a lot of delivering. And service agreements on that. But yeah, we just kept those all the same because that budget works for us. Now with the 4D, oh, yep, because I didn't catch that, but yeah, we don't need that extra. Any questions on that one?
No.
Records. Okay. The 4D fund, this is a fund that this money comes from the federal government. There's a federal 4D program. 4D is child support. So this is like an incentive that we get money back from the government for, and then we just, let you guys know what we want to use for the year. So again, we've got $1,000 in office supplies. Contractual services, that $9,000, that is our 4D, not vendor, but consultant that I mentioned in the clerk budget, that we don't pay for it out of that one anymore. It does get paid right out of the 4D fund, so that's there. And then, copy machine rental for that one as well. This is where my question lands. This fund, we found out, we just went to conference, that's why this wasn't all done already. We were speaking with a company there that we had actually brought in prior because we are wanting to start scanning our records. We found out that we can use this 4D money to scan child support records, and we have quite a bit in that, and we're very, very limited on what we can spend the money on. So we have a company coming out that's going to check. We have some records that I know for a fact are child support only that are in our bookkeeping office. Some of it is microfilm, which microfilm, we had to purchase a machine, so if we were able to get the microfilm put onto another digital format, we would be able to sell our microfilm machine. We also would not have to do the yearly maintenance on our microfilm machine, which we've used once in the 10 years that I've been there. That's how, but we have to keep the records. Also, microfilm can go bad. So I feel like we are probably racing the clock right now to make sure we get those records preserved. So it is an option where they can come in and do just the child support records, and it can come directly out of this fund and not the general fund. But I didn't know if that has to be appropriated, because I think from the state level, those funds do not need an appropriation, but I believe on a county level, we may have a requirement for that.
Probably yes, I'd say.
Okay, so my question is, I know we do have a little bit of time, I think, before this gets finalized. They are coming on July 9th, so when I get a quote, is that something that I can present during this process still? Or is today it, and I'd have to come before the council for that? No. To do all of our records, it was like 1.2 million, but we're talking a couple filing cabinets and some microfilm, so I don't think it's gonna be crazy, but,
I think we just go.
and if we need to, if we need to come to the council and ask.
Yeah, we recommend that.
Okay, perfect, and then I will let you guys know as soon as we
Yes,
can on
and-
that.
I think we could just allocate some of it to them anyway, because they'll probably use about at least 100,000 the first round, I know.
Right, right.
Yep,
That would be fantastic.
then you can just get going.
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
be fantastic. 109,000, that's perfect.
Awesome, thank you, Nancy.
Thank you so much.
Didn't realize what
That'll
genius
make
she
our
was,
job.
did you?
Right.
She stays quiet, and every once in a while she pops up.
Quiet.
Nancy has some experience with perpetuation
Yes.
funds, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, we appreciate that.
And that's all I have for you. Do you guys have any other questions for us?
Just stand back and wait for the ovation.
All right.
Thank
Well,
you,
thank you
ladies.
guys for your
Thank
time.
you so much.
Congrats on,
Yep,
Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
kudos, and
Enjoy yourself.
I plan to.
think about how we'll envy you. Well, we're here freezing our butox off.
Thank you. I'm sure you'll see me before then.
You're doing
I do, I'm not quitting work, I'll drop dead if I do.
yeah. You gotta have something to,
Oh, I got plenty.
what the hell do I do with mine? All right. Paper clip. Vicki, did you take my paper clip?
No, but I'll give you mine if you need it.
No. I'll just put it on there.
Now, let's see, clerk. Election board. Now, did she give us 911?
We don't have lunch.
Is she bringing it over? Here it comes.
If you give her money, just give us.
Just bringing it now.
This is 911 and PSAP for them.
Thank you. Now, these guys are troublemakers, you can tell by looking at them.
Yes, yes, yes.
Maybe not Brian, but,
Josh.
yeah.
I definitely am.
I
got
keep
your
the budget,
number.
and he's the one that spends it, so go after him.
Try not to.
Josh, how long you been there now?
It'll be a year in July.
Is that right?
Wow,
We just-
time flies when you're having
We just
fun.
brought on 6 brand-new dispatchers that are about a month into their training, so
Oh,
that'll
wow.
bring our numbers.
How many of them
fully
quit?
staffed. Huh?
And how many have quit already?
None. Out
Wow.
of the 6
Out
we
of
just
six,
hired.
they're still hanging in there.
How many total dispatchers?
it'll be-
25. We just went down one because she wanted to go part-time because of childcare.
But we brought 6 on at one time and started training them all together. And they've all stayed for about a month now. And that's thanks to some of the testing that we've done. We had 160 that applied.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then basically out of that 160, we were down to 98 after we did a testing. Then through the testing that we did, assessment, we basically interviewed 24 people. Only one did not show up. He did a no-call, no-show. But out of 24, we did 23 interviews in a week. And then because our interview panel, they were so impressed with everybody that they interviewed out of those 24. I mean, it was very hard to decide, but we were like, we don't want to wait 6 months, so we brought 6 on, and we're going to use 3 of them as call takers. 3 will do their training with a trainer, and then slide right in. The call takers will slide right in with a trainer. So our hope is
that unusual to have that many applicants? I feel like no one's getting that.
Yeah, that's, usually it's 10 or 15.
Yeah.
And then you have to at least find one decent one out of it.
Where did you advertise for people to know because I feel like
Well,
getting
I think-
160
I thi-
applicants for anything.
Well, I think the pay raises helped.
Yep.
And it's just whatever the pay corps, however they put that out.
Huh.
We put it on Facebook, put it out through state IDHS. I mean, we did get some that were kind of like, put in an app but didn't take the assessment test. So
Mhm.
obviously we didn't do anything with them because,
I think they're just showing that they're putting applications in.
yeah.
Mm.
So it was a very long
It's impressive.
process, so.
Yeah.
we were-
And it,
Yeah.
We'll be down one.
exception one. Yep. So,
and that's, before we get started, I guess, I know you guys said nothing about pay raises, but we was gonna discuss it last year about, part-time, pay. It's $18, but for our part-time dispatchers, they gotta keep the same certifications up, and they come in and do the same thing. So we would like to discuss maybe getting part-time up to 25, up to where a regular dispatcher gets paid. So somewhere down the line that we can discuss this.
How many part-timers do you have?
3 right now. And they're previous employees that they just went on to different jobs. But they said that they'd help out if need be.
All right, where are we starting?
12:35?
Okay, we have the 911 folks,
Yes,
lifesavers,
yes. Hopefully. Hopefully.
proven so.
The only, I'm keeping the budget basically the same. Is the only thing I'm asking for, and these are necessities, is for it's called Vesta. It's how we operate our phone system. Look at it as a digital Rolodex. This is how 911 comes in. This is how all the business lines come in. We're using Solacom. And the bad thing about Solacom, we just went through a refresh with them. And ever since that refresh, we've had nothing but issues. And Josh is going to kind of explain to you on what's going on with that. But there's times when, we do get phone calls and we're dropping. The system just shuts down. And
Hate when that happens.
yeah, we cannot have that. You can't have it on one call, let alone it's been happening. So everybody's impressed with Vesta, so that's the way we're looking at it, because it's made by Motorola, and that's basically what all our equipment is. So Motorola can monitor it, and they gave us a quote. You should have it. It's $427,806, and we'll have to pay this in milestones. They say the first payment should be $213. I think I got enough right now to cover the first payment if we go ahead this year. And then for next year, I just got to make sure that I have enough to finish off the payment.
And how many payments do you make a year? Or do you pay it in 4 payments, or how many payments?
I think it's just two payments.
payments?
2 payments to pay it off. Then we got a maintenance and a support fee for the next 5 years, and that is $37,000
A
a
year.
year. Yes.
The system that you currently have, when did you buy it?
It's been there since
Forever.
I've been there, yeah, before I got there, so.
Did it just recently start dropping calls, or it's been doing this?
Well, since we had this refresh. And it's just not us, it's several counties. And InDigital's the one that installed it, and they stopped selling it just because of this reason. And they say Solacom's issue to it is just throw new equipment at it. When they do that, it might work for a couple months and start doing the same problem.
So we did have a discussion with them with InDigital when this all started. So I said, I've not been there a full year. I probably, and I'm not lying, have over 600 support tickets from June/July of last year till current. At one point, I said, do we need to have our county attorney involved? And they actually took this project, InDigital did, and said, this would normally be a $1.4 million project. And, because they know we're unhappy. And InDigital wants to keep us as a customer. And they realize, and so does, and Motorola wants us as a customer. Not only in the state of Indiana, there's Solacom issues, but throughout the United States. This issue has been happening. My question to them was, what if I go to them and tell them I want to sue them? Well, what they're going to do is continue to do what they're doing now, throw equipment on it, it's working. Okay, I get it. They try to keep you out of that aspect because they're doing what they need to do by giving equipment that it works for a couple months. And so the techs that do come in and work on it, this is not a good thing. It's a bad issue. We shouldn't even have 1% of drop calls, whether it's on an admin line, because that puts a bad taste in the community. Vesta is very robust. We can make changes in it. Right now, we can't make any changes in Solacom at all. We have to send a support ticket in and say, can you change this number? So like if your business changes numbers for some reason, and we have a quick dial, we have to send them a ticket and go through that process. And then with Vesta, we can make our own changes. It's robust. There's a lot, and there's not negativity to it. We've done the research. It's been one of those things that's been a very sour taste in my mouth since I've been there. And same way with Brian. I mean, it's very frustrating that we've been dealing with it.
So, when you say system, are you buying software and it will work with the existing hardware that you have? Or are you buying hardware, or if you buy software, you're also going to need to buy new hardware, and that's the next ask?
It's all the same. So the software and the equipment, it comes together.
Gotcha.
So with this package is the servers that go in the room.
Mm-hmm.
That's also for the backup center here, and that's for ISU, because that's who we also take care of phone-wise. All of this cost is for all that, to do all of that. This allows us to, when we come from our main center to the backup, the phone system will be exactly the same. So there shouldn't be any delay. It'd be just a matter of getting someone down here to turn on a computer.
Yeah, this is for us, ISU, and a backup center.
But yes, to answer your question, it's software and equipment all together. So it
And,
won't work with their current equipment. They have to replace everything.
And I will say, they did, Motorola did cover the cost of the refresh. It was around over 600,000, so they're kind of giving us money back that we paid for the refresh.
And their warranty on this system is?
5 years. These things only last like 5 years.
Yeah,
and
that's-
You guys are an expensive date.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah, and most of them are like that. They say, so our recorders that we have, they do 5-year agreements because they say, in 5 years, this one may be old, we need to put something new in there, and then they do what they call a refresh. And a lot of times it may change the price a little bit, but it also depends on what the market is at that time. So, and it could stay the same. They don't want to guarantee that for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And you should have a eligible list of state 911. This is what we go off, what we have to pay for, and then what state will pay for. So, and that brings us to the other one, the recorder.
So what's our situation right now? Are we-
We're
are
still
we-
using Solacom, so.
And so are we dropping any calls, or?
Yeah, we still drop calls, and our dispatchers send a support ticket in. The only
How
thing-
frequently does that occur?
I would say at least once or twice a week, or we have an audio issue.
And how long does it take for us to,
They usually reboot their answer,
Yeah.
reboot the computer.
how
So
long
if
does
you
that-
call in and you have a medical problem and it shuts down, their solution is to reboot it. So,
And how long does that take for me to get a help?
well, you'll have to call back in.
And and if I call right back in, can I get through?
Yeah, it's usually what it does is it affects one position.
Yeah.
It doesn't always affect every position.
And is
That's
that,
the
how long
problem.
is that position down to reboot it?
Maybe 3 minutes, because they gotta get logged back in and there.
Okay.
But I don't like that answer when their support team tells me, just reboot the computer. I'm like,
We can't do that.
yeah, I'm like, we can't continually reboot
If we've got a
computers.
rubber tire storm going on, it ain't gonna be good.
Yeah.
Right. So, like I said, even 1%, what I've said from when this all started, we can't even afford to drop a call 1%
At
of
all,
the time.
ever.
Even an admin call, because we do get emergencies on our non-emergency lines. We get people that call for fire alarms, medical alarms, or they don't want to call 911. So this project will take 4 to 6 months for it to happen.
Yikes.
So, I mean, we're still gonna have to deal with this until we get that done.
So if we
anyways.
pull the trigger today, then how long does it take to get this baby?
January 1 is basically what they've told me. I've pushed with Individual and Motorola to try to expedite, but it's just a matter of getting all that equipment brought in, switching over, because we want to do it right.
Yeah, but this is an emergency.
I
Well,
know.
if you can guarantee me the money for next year, like I said, I got the money to start it.
Yep.
Cover the first bill. As long as it's there for next year to pay it off, I'm good.
Have you guys spoke to the commissioners? Do they know what's going on with any of this, or?
Well, they know we want to get best of it.
I think we talked about it the last
Just don't they
advisory
have to
meeting,
sign the
just briefly.
contract for it? Do they have to be in on the contract?
I don't think
You
they have,
don't-
to. We just gotta pull the trigger and say,
Yeah.
we're good to go. So that's what
I
they,
don't
that's what
think
they
they did
told
it.
us.
Yeah,
They
it's
did
my
it.
knowledge that any contract has to go through them first.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
I hate to wait till August.
Well, I think they're saying that they're gonna start the process if we're telling them.
Yeah.
Yes.
They'll start it now and get it, because
Yeah,
it's already
he's
got it
got-
in
he's
the
got
budget.
the- rolling because
He's
we
got
know-
availability right now to start it
Yeah.
if the, you all.
So at the end of the day, even if the three of us recommend this, it still goes to the whole council.
Yes.
And so we don't have a definitive answer until then.
But I mean, I feel rather certain that this will be a go, you know.
The only thing is if, they go ahead and start on their end what they need to do, and, they come back in August. They come back in
I mean, I
August with
feel-
their
I-
plan
I
and.
feel rather positive that, you know, the rest of the council will feel about as panic-stricken as I do.
What fund did this come out of?
Lit correction, no, lit dedicated to PSAP. It's all lit funds, local income tax funds.
How much we got in there?
Do you know off the top of your head? Cash? That's where all the salaries come out of each year, and they get,
So aren't those funds already appropriated?
Yeah, that's what I,
they have a cash balance in there.
Is this what it is here on
they
this?
do have a balance.
Yeah. That may be your appropriation balance, let me see. They get in there 2.6 million each year into that. So, I mean, I'd have to go look, I could do that on our break. I
And how
can go
much-
look and see how much is still, what's appropriated out of it and
Right.
what. yeah.
Is that the fund, and my memory's poor, I apologize, is that the fund, it's not.
For the towers?
Yeah,
We paid that the first time out of lit public safety, and I told y'all that lit public safety couldn't take the next 2 years of it.
right.
So, I mean,
Doable.
yeah, you guys are gonna have to figure out where you're gonna pay in 27 that payment, because it's been made for 26 out of lit public safety. But you all are gonna have to, that's on the list, figure out where are you gonna make that 2027 payment, what fund?
And if the funds are not available because they're appropriated out of this fund, are there other funds that would be a good alternative?
I mean, the auditor's office would have to research
Okay.
that.
And then
All right.
look around and find where to put
But
it.
I will, on our break, I will go and do all that, like the estimation of what it should, what for this year and all that jazz, okay?
All right.
Okay,
What's
well,
next?
I think we're.
On the 1222, I just kind of raised the contractual services up a couple thousand, just make sure it cover maintenance and support agreements. And then we need a nice recorder. This is what records all our radio traffic, and we would like to move our telephone recordings over to it as well. They say these servers are good for 5 years. Well, this one's 15 years old.
We got pretty good
Yeah.
use out of that
So-
rascal.
So it's time to update that one.
So.
And that's the second quote I gave you. And the WSI,
That's, 124,000.
yes.
Yeah.
And the annual cost would be 23,000. That's yearly.
You're kind of an expensive
I know,
date,
it is.
Brian.
That's why it blames me.
Isn't it amazing how everything goes to service fees every year? Like, it used to be you buy something and it just
And
works
that
for
was
X
it,
amount of
yeah.
years.
Well, they
And
figure-
the thing with
figure-
that is, it's only a term.
Yeah.
It's not a forever
Yeah.
thing.
And it's things that we can't work on. You have to have techs come in and work on them and look at
And-
it.
That's right.
And this
they
fund
know
also.
it.
Yeah.
They know it.
This fund, the revenue also comes from the state 911 fees. So It's, they get in a little over 600,000 a year for this fund we're speaking of now.
Okay.
They have no county general at all.
All right.
And that's it.
That's it?
That's it, yep.
Thank goodness. So how is the backup facility?
Good, we're getting, did you get your invite?
Big doodah, yeah.
Did you get your invite? Yeah, so we're gonna open that up. Ribbon cutting on the 18th, next Friday, or next Thursday.
It's not like you're gonna have any money to pay for any eats or anything, but we can do a walkthrough.
Yeah, yeah. It's,
Maybe you'll serve some gruel.
maybe Josh will bring cookies. I don't know.
I might have an eaten by then. No, I'm just kidding.
You guys have really, I gotta tell you, all the years we've had the 911 facility, this is the way it should operate, and I commend you so highly because
I think we're making progress. I
you
think
are
we're
making
turning around,
progress.
so.
And, you know, with your report on your hires, that's wonderful news. That's really good news.
We like to give something positive, not just ask for something, so.
Well, that's a pretty big ask.
I know. That's why I started out with the positive part. I'll make that work.
Smart man.
Yeah, good deal,
I was
Lucille.
gonna say, I don't think we can buy anything under 200,000 around here. So.
Right.
Well, actually, I mean, if you figure over the years how much it's cost, I mean, that's not that's maintenance, you know, you gotta be able to call your troops.
Yeah. So,
Gotta be able, you're doing a good job.
Thank you for all the hard work.
And for all the trouble that
Thank
he
you.
is, he's a pretty good hire.
yeah, he is. He deals with the training part of it, which he's better at it than I am.
We'll see you guys next Thursday.
All right, see you.
See you guys.
Square away his help stays.
Mhm.
Nice personality.
Yeah.
What do you all think of, while we're waiting on the next ones to come up? Are you guys next? Okay.
Yeah.
What do you all think of the idea of following the clerk's lead, and we actually have polo shirts that we wear for meetings? Oh, I got
I think that really sucks.
Okay. Well,
You look real good in it.
I,
We can't get no plaid ones, I'm not.
well, I was thinking maybe, polo shirts with a flower.
I'll wear the flower, you wear the shirt.
All right.
How do you do? How are you?
Good. How are you?
You're not gonna get Diane to wear any polo shirt, I'll tell you that right now.
Well, I may.
Well, welcome to the
Hi.
recorder's office. What you got for us?
Well, we're pretty easy. I mean, nothing really changed. If it did change, it decreased in some of our items. But
That's a story we haven't heard recently.
I know, well, and we have never came in front of the council and asked for money. I mean, we operate within our budget. We also have the perpetuation fund, which is something that we can use to whatever,
Betterment of the office.
Yeah, betterment of the office, which is like computers. We worked with IT because our old computer systems were dragging the server down. So we bought new computers, we bought some printers, so everything is up and running, and anybody that comes in our public area, they have an area, a scanner, so we've updated everything up to date, so we don't really have anything that we feel like is coming down the pipe. But our perpetuation fund is like a gold mine to us. So we don't have to come to you if we need new printers, if we need, any kind of software. And Nancy knows this.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's
For
the,
sure.
so we don't have to come in front of the council and ask for money.
I never liked that.
Yeah, I don't think every office should have it, but I think right now we have in our perpetuation fund $876,000.
Nice.
Maybe we should start coming to you.
It's as of June 1st, what you said.
So,
And then we have like 49,000 in security protection, and then in 1154 our enhanced access, we have 35,000.
So if you guys need to borrow some.
Yeah,
money-
right?
That's what I was
just
thinking.
thinking.
Maybe we could get you to help pay for that radio system.
Yeah, we get an investment, every month.
We could have the interest off that.
Yeah,
If let us.
that'd be really nice.
We get a little bit of bank interest every month, so.
We do pay two of our top people out of our perpetuation fund. So the two people that have more,
Yeah, our only big thing that comes out of general is my salary, Diana's salary, and then our two lowest paid employees.
and I don't take the insurance, so I'm saving that.
Yeah. That insurance is really a heavy hit for the county, I'll tell you, big time.
It is.
And in our contractual services, I only put 100,000 this year, and last year it was 200,000.
Wow.
Next year, at the end of the year though, I did find out from CSI that all of our printers, our receipt printers and label printers will be out of service agreement because they'll be more than 10 years old. So we'll need to replace those, but we'll have plenty of money to do that.
Ooh-wee. You're just full of good news.
I would like to say that we quit using Gordon Flesh because we've had nothing but problems with them. So we are using a company now called
Rapid Reproduction, that's who we went to for our printers.
I'm hoping that eventually that the whole county offices can use this
We still
company.
have one printer that is in contract until, I believe it's March of 2027. So we just kept that one with them, but the other ones we've got to Rapid Reproductions, and it's cheaper every month. Went from
Wow.
like 276, I believe was what it was, to like 118. Yeah. Scott has,
Yeah.
I think Scott has one or two, and then Chris Schweitzer was gonna have him look into.
Until the commissioners say they're not going to sign any more Gordon Flesh contracts.
They are a hot mess.
Yeah, I am 100%.
We just have a lot of problems with their billing, which you
Yeah,
guys know.
totally.
Because I'll get a bill for May, but then they send me one, they may send me one in July that they say I didn't pay in February,
Mhm.
when it shows that it's been, and they just have not cashed a check, they haven't sent an invoice.
Right. Yeah,
But I know that was countywide too. They were
it is.
The billing is horrible. And when we had to fill out, when we quit, our lease on the other one didn't renew it, they wanted to know why we weren't renewing. So I just wrote in there really big, your billing department. The local here, they're pretty good,
Right.
but the billing department is horrible.
Yeah.
Having to argue with them.
But that's something that needs, I think, discussion with the commissioners, that they're not going to approve any more of the Gordon Flesh contracts when they run out, and
Yeah.
then slowly progress it over to the other one.
Yeah, because I mean, we've had this printer with Rapid for, I think, 3 months now. And it was an adjustment for the ones who have been there for 14, 15 years.
Yeah.
But it is pretty much all the same. It's faster and it's better quality print.
Good news.
Thank you, guys.
Well, I do have a quick question.
Oh.
I've always been an advocate for the employees. If someone calls me and wants a question answered, I will advocate for them and find that answer for them. So, throughout the week, I've had several employees from other offices ask about the cost of living raise, if there will be a cost of living raise. Their insurance has gone up, just their cost of living's gone up. So that raise that they got with the midpoint, it's kind of like not doing the job now. I mean, I've got two people that work part-time jobs because of everything going up. So I don't know where we are with the cost of living. I know we're not hiring, and there is no, I can't remember how you said it, Steve, but not so much, I think, changing the grade levels and all that, we're not gonna do that. But I'm just inquiring about the cost of living, just so I can tell people where we stand on that.
Well, I think we don't know yet. You know, I mean, you see what happens when
Oh,
we
I
get
see.
a $5 million
Yeah.
bill for communications for 911 and those kinds
I've
of things.
I've been
Yeah.
watching your budget, so I feel for you, because
And we
there's
just
so
have
many
to
needs.
see where we are when we pull the trigger and Judy
And I
hits that
think-
total button on the adding machine to see what this is all gonna cost.
When it comes to the auditor telling us what they have, you know, after they figure all this big stuff we got.
Yeah, we got to take care of our employees.
And you know, a big part of what we're dealing with now is how much we're not going to get from the state.
Right.
And, you know, like, Bill Watson, you know,
Oh, yeah.
we're not gonna get $250,000 for this, not gonna get $700,000 for that. We're picking it up, we're all picking it up. And, you know, we still have got to build pods for the jail. We
Oh,
don't know
I-
how much that rascal's gonna cost, we don't even have a bid on it, we don't begin to know. And the school's hanging over our head,
Well, yeah.
and
You don't want to hear my
it's not
opinion about
fun
that.
anymore.
And I don't wanna raise taxes to make a burden on anybody.
And I'm not gonna
you
raise
know?
taxes, period.
Right.
They may run me out of town with a bucket of crap and a mop, but, you know, you can't raise people's taxes. And you guys, more than anybody else in this building, see those people standing out there with their tax bill in their
Yeah.
hand and tears in their eyes.
Right.
And it is a heartbreaking thing to see.
It is.
So,
very sad.
we don't know. I hope to goodness we can do something, you know, and actually, you know, the insurance is one of the best benefits that
It
this
is.
place has.
I will
The insurance is a
agree with that.
great benefit.
Yeah. But I said I would ask during
Yeah.
our time.
So, I,
Unknown at this moment.
No, that's a good answer. All right,
Guys have any
appreciate your
questions
time.
for us? Anybody?
Great job, keep it up.
you
Thank
guys,
you.
you do, and having to come in here and say you don't need anything, it's heart
We
stopping.
like that.
It's a great office, and it really is.
Pretty self-efficient most of the time.
You're the only place where people come with and leave with a smile on their face, really.
They are. I mean, we're the office that employees come in and enjoy being, I mean, my thing about it is I want my workers to want to come to work. I don't want them to struggle to come to work. You know, we have fun, we get our job done. It's just one
It's
of my
always been
things.
it's always been a good office. My mother worked there years ago, and
Yes,
she
yes.
loved it.
Yeah.
Nancy loved it.
Yeah. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
See you later.
Thanks.
Okay, we've got,
About 15 minutes.
yeah, probably.
All right. Here's my next question for everybody.
Turn off your,
online?
we're on a standby now, waiting for the next folks. We're gonna stand by.
Thought I left my phone, but it's in the pocket. I'm losing my mind.
Okay. Oh, we're not?
We're not on?
How did we get?
Where did they pause it from? They didn't want to hear it, did they?
It's on now. Oh, oh.
Oh, really?
And but you can't start it from the phone?
Oh.
Okay, Budget Committee back in session. Terry Bays from the Building Inspection Department. And hello, Terry.
How are we
Welcome.
all doing?
Well, we're doing great. Good to see you.
Nice to be here.
So what's cooking in your world?
Just trying to make the county proud.
Okay. What you coming to the council for?
Basically, our requests are pretty much in line with what we've had. I mean, the office supplies, I mean, cost of some of that stuff has went up. I mean, you know, basically the rest of it, you know, with the code enforcement, that basically is for grass cutting, and, you know, wages and everything, parts have went up, so we're seeing some increases in that this year. And then, like I said, like I said before, we're in need of another vehicle, so, because we're borrowing one from the highway department now.
What are you looking for a vehicle? What specifically are you looking for?
I mean, it has to be something with four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive, because, you know, with the rain and stuff, it's hard to get into some of these construction sites right now. So I mean, it's got to be, you know, something that's all-wheel drive.
You want like a Jeep or a truck, or what are you looking for?
Pickup truck
Pickup
really
truck.
works probably the best.
Yep.
I mean, and the thing is, as it gets retired out, I mean, it's useful to somebody else later on, if
Yeah.
you know, maintenance or the highway.
Move it on to another department or
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah.
yeah.
So,
Okey-doke.
but, I mean, we probably put 30,000 miles on a vehicle a year, so. Other than the highway department superintendents, we probably put more miles on the county vehicle than anybody, so.
And then you said you're gonna borrow an individual from another department?
We're borrowing a vehicle from the highway department.
Oh, you're borrowing a vehicle, okay.
Yeah, Mike has made arrangements for us to get a loaner from them, so.
Okay.
When that position before, because you said you're filling one of the positions that's open,
We've had a vacancy for over a year.
where
I mean,
did the other person that was there have a vehicle?
Yeah, we had a vehicle, but we
Where'd
turned
it go?
We turned it back over to the highway department because we weren't using it, so.
So really, they're just giving you a vehicle back to use now?
Well, the vehicle that we had for code enforcement, we gave it up because the maintenance department and the highway department were short vehicles, so there was no sense of leaving one set here in the parking lot, so we gave our vehicle back to the highway department, so.
How's it been when you ask them for a vehicle? Is it hard to get it on
They're
certain days?
cooperative, I mean, and, you know, we could probably go to the health department and get a loaner if we need. I mean, if we got a vehicle down, I mean, we've been able to get vehicles from other departments. So, I mean, Joni's been real helpful with loaning us a vehicle if we had one down, so. But, you know, all of our vehicles are the two vehicles we got now is a 2016 and a 2020, so they've got years and miles on them, so.
Okey dokey. Anything else you can think of?
A small Coke to go. But that's it. I mean, our needs are pretty basic. I mean, there's nothing.
How are things around the county? How's the building and so forth? Are you?
It's pretty strong right now. I mean, especially on the commercial side, you know, with the battery plant and some of the other stuff getting ready to start. But
How is that project? Are they,
It is a
they're coming right
total,
along?
it is a total mess.
Oh, is it?
I mean, well, the problem is, I told them a couple of weeks ago, I wanted a list of all the contractors, and they weren't even aware of how many subs were down there, the subs that had subs, and
Wow. How many workers would you say are,
there's probably close to probably 400 contract people down there right now.
wow. A lot of folks from out of town or
The vast majority
all
of,
around?
the vast majority of those are,
Local folks?
there's local labor through the labor unions, but the majority of the contractors are
Out of town.
from out of town,
Yeah.
even out of state.
Wow, it's a big project.
Well, they've started the underground on building 2, so they're getting ready for building 2. We've done some inspections on the underground for that already. And, you know, they're setting equipment in building 1, but, you know, I think right now there might be like 10 electrical contractors down there.
Gee whiz.
And, with the millwrights, fitters, there's probably 5 companies down there that's doing process pipe work. The millwrights are starting to set equipment. I think there's 2 different companies that have millwrights down there setting equipment.
Those guys are earning some money, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, and some of those guys down there, I mean, they're pretty much working 6 days a week. Some of them are working 7.
Wow.
So, and, but with the rain and stuff, there's
Yeah.
a lot of mud.
Hey,
I
Terry.
bet that's true.
Terry, your contractual services went up by 5,000. Do you know what for?
Usually what we do with the contractual services, if we run into problems with code enforcement running out of grass money, we just transfer money from that to help out. But, you know, the question has come up, and you guys have probably heard it, since Griner is in financial problems. You know, everybody's wanting the county to cut the grass in the cemeteries now. Well, I mean, if we were to get involved in that, to cut the grass at Mount Pleasant's about $2,500 a trip. So we've basically said that's more of a trustee issue with the county other than us, because that's who normally handles the grass cutting for these different areas for the cemeteries.
A lot of these trustees, you know, there's a lot going on with that right now. It's,
So, but I mean, if we go and cut, you know, Mount Pleasant, you know,
Well, you would barely get it done, it'd be time to cut it again.
yeah, yeah, I mean, you'd have somebody down there, as soon as they got done, would be starting again. And like I said, I mean,
Full-time job?
if you're down there cutting grass, I mean, at $2,500 a whack,
Wow.
it doesn't take long to eat all the money up that we've got in code enforcement, so.
You know, Commissioner Schweitzer is putting together a cemetery proposal that may help address some of that
But
situation.
I think all that still falls back to the trustees of that area.
It probably will in the long run.
I think that's where the covenants is from the state, is it, because, you know, it's just like in Sealyville. I mean, Rick has pretty much budgeted money in his, for the cemeteries in his area to take care of those, so I think that's where the state kind of relies on those areas to be taken care of, is through whatever trustee is involved in that area, so.
How many cemeteries did Commissioner Schweitzer say there are in the county? Do you recall, 129 or something like that? Yeah, it's extraordinary.
Yeah,
You know, a lot of them are abandoned and nobody owns them, they're just there.
Well, see, and the other thing is, what a lot of people don't realize, that the cemeteries are governed by the DNR. I mean, they're the ones that.
Is that true?
Yeah, because, see, and the thing is, like a cemetery, I mean, if you were to build next to a cemetery, there's a 100-foot setback. You can't build within 100 foot of a cemetery,
That's probably a good ordinance, actually.
so.
Interesting. Well, thank you so much for coming, Terry. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Have a good day.
I'm trying. You do the same.
Take care.
Okay.
I think, hello?
Howdy do, how are ya? Right on schedule. We got just a couple of minute break here. We're all gonna say the 4-H pledge while you guys are here.
Okay.
My head, heart, hands, and health.
Yep. Good for adults too.
That's exactly true. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, Bill. Something that I think, while we're waiting on Nancy to come back, that might come in handy for next year, not that this is not phenomenal, it is, but if we had the line numbers next to them, so that if they could then just say, hey, on line 7, that way we know, our eyes go to where they're at.
And you get
Sometimes we
paid for
spend
the
time
extra
looking.
work.
It's not something we can, okay. I don't know, I just think sometimes they start talking, and we're like, okay, where are they
And
at?
we don't know where the heck
And we're
they
sitting
are.
here searching instead of listening.
That's
we're
what we're
searching.
doing most of the time, looking for what they're talking about.
I know that's easy for you, we're not as familiar
Yeah,
with them.
they just, they just handed it out, and
I was
that's
trying to
the
make life
system
better
right
and easier
here.
on us, that's all.
Well, the Purdue Extension folks are here in person.
Yes.
Welcome.
Good morning. So I'm Christy Jacob with Purdue Extension, and with me I have Dee Nicely. So she's a new regional operations leader. So it's one of the new kind of mid-level management. So she'll be over multiple counties. So she'll be over Vigo County will be one of her coverage areas. So
And where are you
brought her
from?
with me.
So I live in Boone County.
Boone, Lebanon, I've been that,
Thorntown. I graduated from Lebanon, grew up in Lebanon, but I taught in Thorntown for
Thorntown.
21 years before I came to Extension. So I live in Thorntown. And then since 2015, I've been a 4-H educator and a county extension director in Tippecanoe County. So as Purdue Extension is going through transformation and changing their structure a little bit, these new positions have opened. So I've been a part of the 4-county regional pilot team, and now I get to come down and work with Vigo plus 4 other counties.
Wow.
So I'm really excited.
well, Tippecanoe County's got a lot of stuff going on. Well, Boone does too, actually, I tell you.
Yes.
Everybody, don't build no data center in our town, you know, everybody's a.
It's yes, there's a whole lot going on right now.
Controversy, yeah, oh my
Absolutely.
goodness. Well, we want 4-H, I'll tell you that, we love
Yes.
4-H.
Yes.
We
And
do too.
Yeah, we
Purdue
do too.
Extension
Yep.
and Purdue everything, yeah.
So hopefully this is one of the better budgets that you look at.
I'm
because
looking at-
we're-
I'm
we're
looking at it,
lowering
and
our
it's-
budget this
you-
year.
you've reduced
so
a lot.
We're not, asking, not
Yeah.
asking for more money. So we didn't make any adjustments to our county employees. You guys usually suggest the numbers for those. So no adjustments there. And I'm going to let Dee kind of talk about our contractual services numbers because we did adjust those a little bit. But our bottom line for our budget did decrease by about 60,000. So I'm gonna let Dee kind of
Gee
talk
whiz.
about,
You've been on a diet.
why yeah. I'm gonna let Dee kind of talk about the adjustments for those and why
Sure.
those numbers have changed,
Sure.
so.
So contractual services has changed a little bit, and this year, actually, I guess it started last year too. This year, we are looking at a shared services model. So we are using educators to help cover programming, their specialties, or things that they are very passionate about, or programs that they're really, really good at. We are using home-based, like you will still have home-based educators here in Vigo County. They're still going to be doing 4-H and all the things that they do. However, now you're also going to receive services from, actually it could be up to 9 counties, because in Region 5 for Purdue Extension, there are 9 counties working together. You have 5 counties primarily that will be helping cover services, but included in your new contractual services amount is we have taken mileage out of that. So mileage has been a line item for your educators. Well, now Purdue will cover that for your educators, for your regional educators. So your county staff will still have mileage that they would need on here, but Purdue will cover in their contract this year.
Wow.
They're also going to cover any professional development for the educators. So those are 2 things, and they're also going to cover the computer, the technology for those educators as well.
So it doesn't, the program's not cut, it's just covering expenses by Purdue.
We're covering with Purdue, and you should get a lot more opportunities for programming in all your different areas, because now instead of just having your original 4 that are covering, now
They
you
got
have
9. Yeah.
from 9 different counties that might be
Oh,
covering.
bless those little Boilermakers. Wow, that's terrific.
So we're really excited about the new model. Like I said, Tippecanoe, Warren, Benton, and Fountain have been piloting it since last August and sharing services between the 4. It's been very successful there. There have been some growing pains trying to figure things out, but it's been very successful there. And so we will be transitioning over the next few months so that all 92 counties will be in regional team based.
And the bottom line for contractual services was standardized across the state based on population. So that's how the number, that's how they came up with the number for 145,000. It's based on population. So if you go to compare to Clay County, Vermilion County, Sullivan County, it's based on population. So there's a standard grid that they use across the state. So it's based on population now. So it's not based on anything else. They might have said, well, we've got 3 educators, we've got 4 educators, we've got 2 educators. Nope, it's all based on population. So that's how they come up with that number. So no, we're all comparing apples now. No apples to oranges. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for us?
You have any questions for us?
I don't think so.
Nobody asked us anything. Can we have more money?
Were you all in 4-H?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely, I love 4-H. Loved it. We, Nancy and I, well, you didn't grow up in the country so much, but you were kind of in the burbs. But when you're in the country, 4-H is it.
Yeah.
I like sewing and cooking.
I did too, yeah.
That's okay. We have a lot of urban kids in 4-H now.
And
Yeah.
the
My dress I
fair,
made.
yeah. And cooking, I loved that. It was so good. What'd you study in 4-H?
I showed cattle. I
Cattle,
did
you're the
sewing
real
too.
deal.
Yeah.
Oh,
so.
my. Holy cow. Yeah, and we always loved to go see the rabbits, and then I always thought the kids that had the chickens were the bravest kids of all.
Oh.
They're not easy,
No,
That's
always wearing
not
their long
easy.
sleeves.
Yeah. Gosh, that's so good. Well, thank you,
Okay.
ladies, for coming. We really appreciate having you here and having Purdue Extension. That is so important, Purdue is it's such a big enterprise, you know, and covers so much area, you know, our Indiana State course, but we do have 4 colleges here, 4. You know, but it takes 4 to make 1 Purdue, I guess you could say.
They all have great things to add to the community.
It's true, you know, and every one of ours is so important, you know. Rose Holman gets some pretty good kudos, I'll say that, you know, and St. Mary's is beautiful, and Indiana State, I mean, we play a little basketball. Of course, Matt Painter does some pretty good basketball himself.
Yes, he
so
does.
That's a good thing, and Ivy Tech is really good, so add them all up, and, you know, we'll put our schools up against Purdue any day of the week. Come on down. We love to play you guys down here. We played up at Purdue a couple. We're playing again, as a matter of fact, yeah. It's
Yeah.
so much fun to come up there. It's great.
We'd love to have you come on up.
We will. Thanks for the invite. How about this weekend?
Sure.
Okay. Thanks an awful lot.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate
All right.
you.
Thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
Okay, so then let's see, we're back. Where you get that 1240? How'd you get such an odd figure? 1240.
Well, it says 1 o'clock.
Who does it?
What, 12:40, no, it does. You're right, 12:40. Yeah, I was looking at 1. I did not till 1.
And we're in recess until 12:40. We don't know why we got such an odd figure, but that's when it is. Vigo County Budget Committee is now back in session, and we have the pleasure of having Chief Deputy Prosecutor Rob Roberts on stage and in person.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Also with me today is Jason Saunders, Deputy Prosecutor, and our Major Felony Trial Deputy Prosecutor. So
I think this is the first time he's appeared here.
I think it
in
is as well.
person.
I think it is as well.
Just turn in a bill and we'll send you a check.
So first off, I'll say the same thing that I say this year every single time. I don't envy the job that you guys have.
And I don't envy yours. We don't envy yours.
So hopefully that creates some mutual respect there. I have once again tried to submit budget requests that are reflective of what the actual costs of running the ship at the prosecutor's office have been over the last couple of years. So there's only a very few items where we've asked for an increase in appropriations. And I usually have made some sort of note next to that item. And it's also, I love the way they did the spreadsheets this year, so whoever did this, thank you so much, but showing how our budget changed from what the original appropriation was last year and then any additions to that, which helps to reflect what we obviously know. There are certain areas that are becoming more expensive for the offices than others. And so depending on which one you want to look at first, the one for the prosecutor's office, we have pretty much tried to hold the line on most everything, consistent with last year's expenses. We did have to move some money into trials and investigations last year, so I have asked for a slight increase there. Same thing with contractual services. As we all know, those services are going up for everybody. So a slight increase from $24,000 in 2026's adopted budget to $27,000 there. And then one of the things as our office has continued to grow, we've had multiple computers, laptops, things like that have needed additional appropriations from the council for us to be able to meet those needs of the office. And so I've just asked for a small, well, depending on how you look at it, but about a $5,000 increase as we look at replacing many of the computers in our office, laptops that are 5, 6, 7 years old. And as you just heard, my computer has apparently blown itself up as well. Unfortunately, that's our reliance on technology these days, and it's not any cheaper right now than it has been in the past. So, but along with that, I also submitted a letter, and I would like to also submit a recent article from the last month showing some of the challenges that prosecutors are facing in staffing issues and attorneys. Interestingly enough, I have also been receiving an advertisement in my Facebook reels showing private law firms are specifically reaching out to prosecutors, calling them underpaid, calling them overworked, underpaid, and stating that if they will come and work for their private practice, they will start out making at least $150,000 a year.
That takes a lot of nerve.
But specifically targeting these deputy prosecutors because they know they've got the courtroom experience, the case management experience, and the negotiations experience that they want to see people have and further develop in the private sector. And so not only are we competing with counties around the state of Indiana for higher salaries that are being offered, we're also desperately competing with these private firms. And so we're asking, again, not a massive increase, a moderate increase of bumping the base salary up for our deputy prosecutors to $90,000 a year. And along in that letter, I've also noted that there are certain counties, and I attached a list of all of the advertised counties, some of them a little less than Vigo County, the majority of them higher than Vigo County, for the advertised positions on the Indiana Prosecuting Attorneys Council website and the salaries that they are advertising for those positions. You'll see at least 2 counties on there that are advertising deputy prosecutors, not chief deputy, but deputy prosecutor spots that make more money than chief deputies do that are paid by the state. I make $137,000 a year from the state of Indiana. It's a very good salary. I love my job, you guys know that. And it pays me well. I mean, I'm not rich, but none of us are getting rich off of government salaries. But when there are people with much less responsibility in positions that are being offered almost $142,000, $147,000 a year, I'm not going to say there's not some temptation to drop some responsibility and make more money. Now, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to uproot my family, and obviously, you know, I've got some aspirations here locally as well. But the reality of the situation is I make more than our deputy prosecutors do, considerably more than our deputy prosecutors do. If I am tempted, if I look at those salary numbers and go, what does that do with our more experienced deputy prosecutors here? If they can go a county that's 2 counties over and make $142,000 a year when they're not even making $90,000 a year here,
Without the caseload.
without, yeah. So that's why we're asking for an increase. Along with that, as I've brought to you on many times in the past, when we've had open positions, it takes us months to find candidates and to get those positions filled. You granted us an additional position last December, November or December. That position was filled last month. It took us 6 months just to find 2 candidates for us that were qualified to be able to interview. And both of those candidates had been practicing law for less than a year. So we're not attracting the highly experienced ones. As you can see, the job openings throughout the state of Indiana, those are still open. Those are still trying to be filled. And those are the salaries that they're offering. So we are asking this year for an increase in that base salary because we don't want to lose the team that we have. We have some hardworking people. We've got large caseloads here. You know, we take a beating in the press all the time because everybody gets let out, and that's the prosecutor's offices. Apparently, that's our responsibility in making those decisions. So, you know, we've got thick skin, we've got broad shoulders, and we'll take that. But I don't want my deputy prosecutors to not be compensated for all of the work that they're putting in to fight that uphill battle. So that's Terry and I's request for the general fund prosecuting attorney budget. I think that covers everything there. Any questions on anything that we've asked for on that part?
Which one of you guys in the auditor's office want to answer this? I tell you, Rob, this is, I hear you.
I know you do.
I
know
hear
do.
you. We just had the 911 guys in here, and they have to buy new equipment because their ability to field calls has expired, and it's, was that $500,000 or something like that rang in my head? Yeah. And it's just,
And I know there's
it's, you know,
still a ton of uncertainty as to how the income, the tax income is going to be
and I know what
impacted
you
next
guys
year.
are up against, I truly do. I tell you what, if I was you, I'd run for judge.
We do have the victim assistance budget. Along with that, there's a crime control budget. I think the crime control budget is just our assistant director position in victims assistance, if I'm intuiting that correctly. And so for that crime control budget, we're just asking that, and echoing what was approved earlier this year, which is that that position, which is predominantly grant funded, but the rest of that is taken out of infraction deferral, that the position be given the same salary percentage increase if there is one for the rest of the county. In the past, because it's been primarily grant funded, that has been skipped over. But earlier this year, you approved us supplementing that grant funded salary through infraction deferral money. We want to make sure that that continues. We have received notice, and I think I've noted in the documentation there that the funding for the grant was maintained, which we were very pleasantly surprised at because we know a lot of grants are being cut. So we're not asking for any additional county dollars towards that, but we do want to make sure that that is reflected in the annual budget, since that would be something new as far as the annual budget's concerned, since that just was an additional appropriation outside of the normal budget process last year. Child support, small increase in office supplies because they did go exceed that dollar amount. But I think that is the only change that we asked for there. And then infraction deferral, the income on that has been consistently improving. And so we have asked for some additional appropriations in that. I still try to be conservative with what we're asking for, knowing that the council has been very good to us whenever we've come before you and asked for additional appropriations out of infraction deferral and explained what those are going to be going towards. The county's always approved those. And so, so I don't have a problem being conservative in those estimates on the off chance that for some reason our income would decline. The seized asset budget that's been requested, in that situation, I can say without going into any detail, there are some large forfeitures that we anticipate will come through during this next 6 months, and so.
Within 6 months, you said?
Yeah, before the end of the year. And so both the Form 2 anticipated income for this year and for next year, I'm way, way under what I think is actually going to be coming in, but I wanted it to reflect at least some of what I'm confident will be coming in during that time period, and then reflected in some of the additional increases that are being asked for in both of those budgets.
And that will cover your requests?
Yeah, easily. And I think that's all 6.
How's your mother?
We just got her home last night from 10 days in the hospital. She's very weak, but she's home. And she got a really good night's sleep last night, which is the first one because she wasn't getting poked and prodded and woken up every hour to 2 hours. So
It's always something.
yeah.
What was wrong with her?
So right before I started my radiation treatment, she was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. And so she started chemo, and the tumor started pressing on the duodenum, which is where the stomach and the intestines connect, and completely blocked everything off, and that put her in the hospital for the last 10 days. So,
How are they feeding her?
well, they were able to go in and put a stent in. I mean, we always think of stents with the heart, right, to open up the blood vessels, but they were able to put one in that opened up the duodenum or duodenum, however you say it. I've heard doctors say it both ways. So, but they were able to put a stent in and open it up.
And she
And
can
so she's been eating the last couple of days a little bit. We got to get her eating up and get her protein up. But boy, she looks a lot better than she did when we took her to the hospital last week. So thanks for asking.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. I will.
Poe show.
Thanks.
All right, my friend, well, if we have questions, which we probably won't, we know where to find you.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
And this young man, tell me about him.
Jason and I were actually classmates in law school.
He went to law school?
He started off on the private route and realized that he enjoyed this kind of work a lot more. So he's been with the office since 2007, so almost 20 years now, and has worked his way up the ranks. And now he's our most trusted trial deputy as far as handling the big cases along with me. So he did the Philip Patterson trial just a couple of months ago and got the guilty verdict on that horrific crime. And so I'm, if on the off chance that I am elected in the fall, I'm just trying to expose.
That's what I kind of suspected. Where's your hometown?
I was born in Indianapolis and grew up in Greenfield, Indiana.
Greenfield.
Indiana, but I've been here since 2001.
Just once you get here, you just can't leave. Because you don't make enough money to fill your gas tank. It's good to have you here.
All right. Well, good luck through this process to all of you.
And good luck to you for your process as well. And tell your mama hi.
I will. Have a great day, guys.
All right, we'll get the heck out of here.
Thanks.
Thank you for this. She just brought it to us. The lid is just informational, right? Yeah. How are these little counties paying for these prosecutor fees? I mean, they don't have big industries, or the prosecutor must have the goods on them. It looks like it, Larry, that's for sure. For sure, for sure. Well, Adam, are you fired up and ready to roll? Well, let's hit it and get you out of here. How's your Frisbee disc park going?
It's going really well. We opened
Do
Prairie
you
Creek.
play?
No. No, I've played 3 times and it was terrible. So
It looks impossible to me. I drive through Deming and watch them play, and they are so good.
yeah,
It's intimidating.
no, we've been averaging 30, 40 cars a night at Prairie Creek, additional, playing the course and
That really draws
tournaments
some
and practice and things of that nature. So been really happy with it so far.
How they can throw that thing and just slide it right through.
Lots of practice, just like anything else.
Well, they have obviously not been, they don't have a regular job, or they couldn't do it. That's all I can tell you.
I didn't know. Usually I just go through anything that's changed. I didn't know if that's the way you wanted me to do it again
Yeah,
this
that
year.
works out well, I think.
Okay, and this is the first year that I'm not coming asking for more money for payroll and things of that nature. We're thrilled with where we're at, and I'll just double check with Devin and everybody, make sure our seasonal hours and things of that nature line up. But this year we had 19,124 seasonal hours, part-time and seasonal combined. But other than that, other than minor changes in longevity and different things like that, payroll will be pretty close. Liability insurance, per the last email I got, I'd like to reduce what I submitted for the 2027 request was 50,000. It was 49,000. That's what we got from John on that. So if that's what you guys would like to do, save $1,000 there.
All right.
We did ask for an increase in gas, water, fuel oil from 38,000 to 42. That's just operational cost, more water, things of that nature, water that campers are using and things. The liability insurance, 30300, yep. Then the 33800 gas, water, fuel up to 42,000 is what we've requested. Did ask for a decrease. It doesn't happen very often, but equipment rental down to 2,000. We had bumped that last year to rent a lawn stick excavator to dredge the fingers at Fowler Park. That was done this last winter, so I can
Wow.
reduce that back down to 2,000.
That's a good one.
Service agreements, an increase to 25,000. That's to cover the cost of these cameras that we're trying to get in the parks right now. We've got a camera system at Hawthorne Park. Takes a picture of every license plate that comes in. It's awesome. We can search any vehicle, anytime.
Where can you read that from?
It's like a cloud-based internet. When it takes a picture, it logs the color, the make, the model, the VIN number, so that if we have a suspect, there was somebody smashed in a window and stole a purse. Well, we could find out in 5 minutes that it had to be somebody on a bicycle because nobody even come out of the gate in that time frame. So it's already been really valuable. If we got a suspect vehicle, if the sheriff's department is looking for somebody, I can easily run that and say, nope, that plate never entered the park. Trial run right now at Hawthorne Park's doing really well. We're looking to also get those at Fowler and Prairie Creek Park. So that would cover the operational cost of those.
How are you for like homeless folks?
I mean, right now, like I said, we don't As long as everybody's abiding by policy, we don't ask a
No
lot of
problem.
questions, and, you know, we've removed some folks for different policy violations,
But
but,
just not a homeless kind of a difficulty.
no, that's not been a huge issue yet this year.
Good. The parks really look nice.
Thank you.
It's a lot of work.
We're trying.
on this. Yeah, it's good. And the walk across over by Dewey Point, I mean,
Mm.
go figure why people smash into that is beyond me.
Yeah, and we're
Never-
still waiting on insurance to repair that.
Yeah, and all the years
so.
that guardrail was up as an old hunky metal thing, nobody crashed into it,
Yeah.
so I can't figure
Maybe they're
that
staring
out.
at the overlook. I don't know. But, no, that was estimate, I think it was about 21,000 to fix that. I didn't want to be hanging out there $21,000, so we're just waiting on their insurance company to pay for the repairs instead of the other way around. I don't trust a reimbursement in time, so,
Well, the Dewey Point it looks beautiful, it's so nice.
thank you. Yep, guys out there did a good job. I did put HFI lines in here as placeholders. I'm sure Joni will talk to you about that, just making sure that right off the get-go, we get them in the appropriate lines or wherever they need to go. So the only one I didn't know yet, we had a building renovation line this year. I think Joni was going to put that in like a park improvement, that 4 series somewhere. But I just want to put a placeholder in there so that we know that that's coming in there somewhere, wherever everybody thinks is the best place to go. New equipment, we did ask for an increase, 74,200. We didn't get much of anything last year. Got one mower. We've got Kubotas that need replaced and different things of that nature. We're trying not to buy any new vehicles again this year, but a lot of Kubotas. We had a Gator that had 11,000 hours on it, so we're just trying to keep turning over vehicles, Kubotas and things of that nature that have a lot of hours, 8,000-9,000 hours, 10 years in the fleet. 10 years on a Kubota in the parks is a lot of hard hours.
Yeah.
So some of these, you know, we're sending them in to get fuel pumps and just different things worked on that their value to us is going to start outweighing pretty shortly. So
Let me ask you while I'm thinking about it, how's the Griffin building project coming along?
it's awesome. Rich is enjoying an office without holes in the floor. He's enjoying plumbing and things of that nature.
Well,
So,
indoor plumbing.
yeah, indoor plumbing. Who would have thought? So, just opened it for rental the other day, and there's been people calling asking, can we have it? When's it available? How long can we have it for?
What's the rental on that? How does that?
We went ahead and mirrored the price of our barn, so it's $100 on weekdays, $200 on the weekends and holidays.
Boy, that's a good buy.
Yeah, you can have a birthday party right in the middle of the bike park. So,
Wow.
then we've also got it set aside for HFI programming as well. We block it off for those days. We have kids come in. We have instructors come in and do different wellness classes and things of that nature in there too.
Boy, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
That is so cool.
Rich having a place to go with the kids. Always before, they just kind of hung out on the stage and outside and then went and did whatever else they were doing. He had to have a landing spot of some kind, you know, bike storage and places to bring those 30,
He's a bike
40
park
kids in there.
geek, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. So I'm pretty sure there's a cot in his office. So, that was most of the 1219 changes. Our non-reverting had asked for significantly less in our park improvements line, the 44,101, 71,000 this year. We're trying to brace for a larger project coming down the line, looking at the possibility of redoing our shower facility at Fowler Park and remodeling that into like a disc golf pro shop / somewhere to grab a burger and a Coke and something really nice. But we're trying to buffer that by asking for less this year so that we can have hopefully more money to put towards a larger project in the next couple years.
Ballpark cost, what do you just?
I really don't even know yet. I'm
How?
sure it'd be $1 million project. But like I said, that's a couple years down the road.
Really
We're,
nice.
yeah, I figure if we can save 150, 200,000 and keep doing that for the next couple of years, hopefully we don't have to come for much of anything, look for a grant, LWCF, something of that nature, see if we can offset the entire cost of the project. But we also kind of want to see how this disc golf course does at Fowler Park. It's opening in September. When it opens, we'd like to have a brick and mortar pro shop there on site. It's going to be, we hope nationally known, well played. We expect 30 to 50,000 visitors. We need somebody there to cater to people, but also kind of a dual purpose, cater to the beach swimmers as well. So
Could be such a thing, like you could get the Intech do-da-da, and they might build you one.
Yeah,
know.
well, I'll take it.
I mean, those are the kinds of things that can happen.
Yeah. A lot of our non-reverting projects this year are just kind of, let's slow down, maintain some things in-house, get some things squared away. We've done a whole lot of big projects. We're hoping not to do a large project next year. Would be nice. We've got a lot to take care of. So.
Well, you've got a lot done too, though. You can stand back and look at, your Wabashiki and all those things and just be really proud of what you have done.
Yeah.
You've done some major stuff.
Proud of our staff, and I've told our staff too, the Fowler Park disc golf course is kind of above and beyond. I'm asking them to take any spare time we have and go over there and build it in-house, because we couldn't afford to do it, to hire somebody. To build most of that in-house has taken a significant amount of our time, and so I said, we'll try to back off a little bit next year and slow down, but I appreciate all their effort out there right now. It's starting to really look like something now. So.
It is. And it's so cool in a place where, it was just a park.
Yeah.
Now it's a really cool place to go.
Yeah, and that's, when Rich and I go to different conferences and we go to shows and things, we quickly start dubbing this kind of the outdoor recreational hub of West Central Indiana. You've got the bike park, you've got the well-known Fowler Park, now the disc golf course. You've got a whole lot to do that'll retain those people for 2 or 3 or 4 days, not just I'm going to come ride for a day and leave. So quickly trying to attract those people and keep them here in Vigo County for 3 or 4 days.
Well, you're high on the list of when they pitch the community, your.
I always see a lot of ramp pictures, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's most all the big changes. You guys got questions for me?
It's nice that you don't come in here asking for $40 million.
Well, I could
Oh, no,
find
you're not
something.
done?
If you're disappointed, I can always
No,
find something.
We'll get used to it. Well, we won't get used to it, but it's nice.
And I do want to preface the facility at Fowler is just an idea right now. We're just trying to see, let's open things, let's see how successful it is, let's creep into this, and if it's what we hope it is, then we'll have to invest in it and make sure we improve it. But we're just going to kind of step back next year, watch it, budget cycle this time next year, really start eyeballing what could we do out there. So.
Well, your ideas are good ones.
All right, anything else for me? Oh, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Adam.
All right, thank you.
Good job.
I just had one thing before you guys recess. Joni had came back down to my office yesterday, and she said that she had made just a small error in her budget. It's on the liability insurance line item, so I can make new copies and put it in your guys' folder. She had gotten an email from John Wright for the county's liability insurance, and he said it is $43,000. In her budget line item, she had it marked down for $50,000. So we'll just go back in and change it from $50,000 to $43,000.
Wow. That
So-
never happens.
So I can make that adjustment for your guys' folders.
I know this has been a 3-day event, and I just wanted to say thank you to you ladies and also Steve for coming in, doing a really good job. And then the staff here,
Well, you guys did the job. I
they're
mean, it was
just
terrific.
top-notch people.
It's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. I know that your people just really did a masterful job. It's, this when, Oh, are we done, do we want to sign off on the Budget Committee? We'll recess till further notice. Vigo County Budget Committee will recess today until further notice. And thank you for your attention.